Hello, hello. Happy Pride Month. Um, we are back. We're gonna be playing more of the devil, but hopefully, um, I will finish that game soon, and then I have some gay games prepared, maybe, hopefully. But if you make me play Celeste, then I will play that. I didn't know that Celeste had gay themes, to be honest. So if it does, then I will play that for Pride Month. If not, I have other queer games in the future lined up after I finish Of the Devil. Um, Honestly, there's still potential for Of the Devil to get a little gay. Okay, I think we're still not close to the climax. So, there's a lot of potential for me to push my agenda onto this game. Um, Main character is Madeline and she's canonically trans. Okay, then perfect for Pride Month. I'm down. I'm gonna not play any games that do not have relation to Pride Month. Um, so that's my goal for this month. So we'll see. Hopefully I can make Of the Devil a little gay because I need to finish this and I'm very invested in this current story. Should have saved Gone Home for Pride Month. That's okay. You know, I was happy to play that game at any time. Honestly, I have many gay games that I would like to play year round, but I would like to 100% focus on queer and gay people only this month. Yay, let's go. Happy Pride Cam. Also, oh my God, congrats on the engagement. Am I right? Hopefully, it was a beautiful weekend. So happy for y'all. Um, don't know what else to say about that. Um, she cried. Love to hear that. Congratulations. And blacked out. Okay, well, that doesn't sound good, but I've never heard of blacking out from being so happy. But Ray, you're gonna have to run that speech back. We're gonna have to hear it one more time. We're gonna need a recreation. That's so funny. Not actually just my memory. That makes sense. Well, I'm happy for y'all. Yay. And then she got me pregnant with kidney stones. Oh, well, that doesn't sound good. Do you have kidney stones right this moment? You need to birth those out. You need to birth those out quickly. Otherwise, it was a good time. Well, yay, I'm glad to hear it. Well, hopefully your kidney stones they can pass with ease. Oh, he birthed them already. Okay, well, what a weekend. Congratulations on your kidney stone birth. Wow, that is a crazy week. But yeah, if there are any other queer related games that you would like to see me play this month, I am open to any and all suggestions. Um, how was my trip? We went to Salt Lake City just for the weekend and it was really fun. Um, we were just there for like one full day and like two half days, so I guess like 2 days. And we managed to do a lot. Um, it was fun. We went and saw the Great Salt Lake of Salt Lake City. We ate food. We walked around. We rode the bus, typical stuff. When you found it, did the doctor say if there are any causes? I don't know anything about kidney stones, so I'm gonna step out on that one. But it was really warm in Salt Lake City, and we had a good time. Let's jump into this game, shall we? But actually, I really want to listen to the song. Like, I really want to finish listening to this song. Um, so actually, maybe we'll just sit here. we'll sit here for like one more minute. This is a problem when I cue songs, like actually I do want to listen to them. Answer gloob gloob. Actual answer, kidney stones have a ton of causes. I literally have nothing to contribute to this conversation. I'm literally just listening to the song. It's like that TikTok where it's like when my friend's trying to talk to me in the restaurant, but my favorite song's playing. Like that's what's happening. Like, why would I cue a song I love so much knowing that I can't focus? Okay. Now that that's done, now we can actually play the game. Ooh. Okay. Let's recap what happened last time. So, last time we went and visited Morgan's deceased friend's house. The lead developer of I forgot the name of the company, but the tech company that basically rules the world. And we found a little warm android who seems a little bit too warm and now thinks of us as their master slash mother. And now we are on a quest to find out what really happened to our friend slash deceased developer guy of important company. And that's where we left off. And now we're on our way to the company to find out more. Soda, alcohol, unhealthy eating habit, being a man. Fun answer, my sister's house has cleansing energy or something, because last time I visited, my brother-in-law also got kidney stones. Well, it's good to exorcise the demons. You know, you don't want the demons trapped in the kidney. Are you changing your habits at all then? Because to be honest, I thought they were like completely random. Don't plan on drinking alcohol anymore and gonna try not to eat out as much. It's definitely sucks. Hopefully you can prevent future kidney stones. But like I feel like sometimes it is random. Is that like sometimes I feel like people are more likely to have them just based on genetic makeup, but I could have just made that up in my brain. I don't drink soda like ever. It's tough. It's tough to have to eat healthy because like I was on vacation, so I was like eating like shit as one does. And then now I'm back and I'm like, okay, let me eat my salad. But it's like, dude, I don't want to eat salad. But if I'm gonna, but I don't know if it really balances out if I like eat bad for like 1 week and then I like only eat salad for like 2 weeks. Like that doesn't actually cleanse the body of the damage that I already have done. Right? Like just because now I'm eating vegetables only doesn't mean that the 1,000 million grams of sugar and carbohydrates that I consumed is like magically like that's not going to affect my body like but that's how I pretend like it's going to do. Not much I can do about being a man or in my genetics. What was the best thing you ate in Salt Lake? We went to this French bakery and they had like really yummy pastries and stuff. I got a quiche. I got a quiche with the side salad and scalloped potatoes. It was really good. I don't know how it works, everything in moderation. It helps mentally though, which is something to be honest. It helps me mentally feel like I am doing something to cleanse myself of the sins of gluttony from vacation. So that's what I tell myself. I don't know if that actually does anything, but maybe that moderation is all concentrated into one time frame. Like maybe if you average it out, it becomes moderation. But since it was concentrated in one time, that doesn't like just get cleansed. Anyway, I don't know what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that's how I tell myself that I'm fine. Also, I forgot to mention we are in high roller mode, so I can only have one save file, and all the gambles matter a lot, but we haven't reached that point yet, but we're almost, I think we're headed there. We're headed there soon. Like right, so far it hasn't been a problem because we haven't been doing much, but I'm nervous for when we actually have to start the gambling. Did you answer the best thing you ate? I did not hear. Yes, I answered that we went to a French bakery for breakfast, and I had a quiche, and I had a little salad, and it came with scalloped potatoes. It was very yummy. And Sophia got a croissant sandwich, and that croissant was bomb. And we had a lot of just like sugar, which is like what they're known for in the Mormon areas, I suppose. Like they had like these cookies. It's basically like sugar bomb cookie. And then after we got the cookies, we went and got swig, which is like sugar bomb sody drinks, since Mormons can't drink caffeine and hot drinks apparently. So we gave that a try. I wasn't gagged by the drink because it just wasn't good, but the cookie was good. Everything else was good. The swig itself, it was just mid because like honestly, I like prefer regular juice or water. But it was fun. It was definitely fun. Okay, so where we are right now is we just entered the company, which I don't remember what the company was called. Noble. We have now entered Noble headquarters. And we're going to talk to this employee. Down for everything but the quiche. You don't like quiche? Girl, that quiche was so good. Oh, right. Okay, so we got Morgan. That's the protagonist. And that's who I'm pretending I am because I have to insert myself into the protagonist role. And then we got warm android, Sarah. And then now we're talking to this employee. Never been a fan of quiche. I don't know why. It was really good, but I respect you. But the potatoes were good. And the croissant sandwich was good. All right, Evan Dawes, what's your deal? Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar, have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, David. David. Hold on, we gotta get ourselves acquainted. David Asher. That's the one who died. And then this is me, protagonist. And then Sarah is the android. That's the main characters, I think, so far of this story. And I never thought about this before, but I think I'm crazy because they're completely different, but I think I'd actually prefer quiche over pie. They are different. It's kind of, quiche is kind of like if pie was savory and a meal. And like made of eggs, mostly. I mean, I prefer pie, probably, over a quiche, but that's because I like sweets over savory food. So like a like an apple pie situation is superior to any savory quiche situation, in my opinion. Hi, Levy. Yes, we were talking about quiche. We're talking about quiche, and apparently we're talking about pie as well. They have savory pie too. That's true. There are meat and pot pies. I've never really liked a pot pie. Even when I did eat chicken. And I feel like meat pies, like, it's too heavy on the meat. You know, like the filling to crust ratio on a meat pie is not ideal. Whereas I feel like the filling to crust ratio on a sweet pie is ideal because I do want like a million apples and then like a little bit of crust. But also I am literally just like so biased as a sweet tooth. I'd gobble a shepherd pie so fast. What is even a shepherd pie? I don't think I've had a shepherd pie. Is that like a pot pie? What makes it what makes something a pie? Is it the crust? Is it like how you have to bake it? Technicalities that I don't know the answer to. I think it goes back to me not liking pie that much. I prefer other desserts. I love a good pie. Apple pie does fuck. I think apple pie, well, it's like the fruitness of a pie is what makes it. Like, I love a fruit pie. But if it's like just like I'm not really into the pies that don't have fruit, you know? They're like under, in my opinion. Shepherd pie is a pie with mashed potato instead of crust. Excuse me, that's not a pie anymore. Because I think you need a crust to be a pie. Meat and veggies and gravy as a filling. I mean, that sounds good, but like mashed potatoes as the crust is interesting. Ray's dad made shepherd pie out of Thanksgiving leftovers and it was good. Ooh, that sounds good. Like, it's almost like Thanksgiving dinner slop. But would I call that a pie? Mayhaps not. But that does sound good. Pie with no crust is just a bowl of random shit. I mean, that is what it sounds like. It does sound like it's just like baked stuff all together. I will blame the Irish. I will blame them. All right, should we move along in the story? Miss Girl, I'm getting distracted by food. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind, how can I assist you? Okay, fellow QA. Real, recognize real. Oh wait, looked it up. It's French apparently, even worse. No, literally, like, I will blame the French. Actually, you know what? I should have blamed the French in the first place anyway. Like, you know it's gotta be some nonsensical thing, then it's gonna be French. I was gonna say, because there's Boston cream pie, and that's a cake. Boston cream pie is not a pie in the slightest. And anyone who thinks so is actually incorrect. They stole from the Irish and Scottish. Yeah, I'm blaming them just for being French. I don't even care about the food that they invented. Or the name. And then Irish people went to Boston. Levy's right. It just used to be like stew with potatoes, and the French were like, let's bake this shit. Oh my god, so it literally is just shit in a bowl, and then they were like, it's a pie because we baked it. You know what? What the hell? Why not? Levy is never wrong. I'm always saying this. I'm always saying this. Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying, reminds me of the A16 Premier, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you to the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and what shape or size, then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart, so long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly, nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. All right. You don't want to piss her off now. You don't want to piss her off. I'm unmedicated but pushing through. How are y'all? I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling the post-vacation blues, but also the post-vacation energy at the same time. Like, I don't really know how that works. I'm also like in the thick of like not doing shit at work. Well, I am doing stuff at work, but like significantly less stuff at work because of our impending layoff. So it's very chill. Once I actually am unemployed for real, maybe I'll be less chill, but for now, it's chill. Did you get an appointment for your meds? Because I know you mentioned it last stream. Soonest I could get is the 19th. Okay, 2 weeks. You got this, girl. Not the impending layoff, hello. Yeah, I mentioned it briefly in a previous stream, but I didn't really make it a big deal because it kind of isn't, but my last day of work is July 31st. So for now, I'm just cruising until then. And after that, then I'll be on my unemployment shit. Also, yay! Cam and Ray engagement. Love is real, you guys. Sarah, you may be getting laid off. No, I am laid off already, but we're just continuing to work. They already told us. They already told us we're laid off. They just had to give us 3 months notice. Okay, bye, Anthony. Thank you for lurking. I know it's hard to type with your gloves. We miss you. We do miss you. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all of this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. Wait, so full-time streamer soon? Hopefully I can get a job, you know, but there's a lot up in the air. Like, I'm thinking about a lot of things right now. For example, is Sophia also going to get laid off because their budget is looking a little sad at the moment. So we're kind of like I'm kind of like in a limbo state where it's like I'm trying to look for jobs, but then I don't know when I should like seriously like be like I'm gonna start this day because like I have like all these vacations like lined up for the rest of the year and it's like do I want to start a job and then immediately be like I have to take 2 weeks off? You know what I mean? And then it's like also if Sophia's laid off at a similar time to me, then we can both be unemployed, um, unemployment buddies, do our travels, and then look for employment after that. So I don't know if it's gonna be full-time streamer because low key looking for a job is kind of a full-time job. But if if I have time, which I probably will, then I probably will stream more. That was such a long answer to say I probably would will stream more. You're being very chill about this. Yeah, actually, like I'm I'm so chill. Like it's kind of crazy. Like I didn't think I was this chill of a person, but I think I might be one of the chillest people on this planet because like they were like, "We're laying you off, guys," and I was like, "Okay, like cool." Um, like literally, you're not a vibe. Uh, Whereas I feel like all my other coworkers were like really stressing, and it makes sense too because all my other coworkers are like supporting a family and they got like a mortgage and like stuff to pay for that's like expensive. And like personally, I don't spend that much money. I have a really large savings because I just save all the money I don't spend. Um, and so like I know I'm gonna be fine if I can't find a job right away. The time when the panic will hit is if I can't find a job like for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Like once it's like, oh, like now I need the money. Like it'll be like then it'll be like panic mode. But right now it's like girl, I got a job for 2 more months. I'm just gonna save all that money. And we'll see what the hell goes on. No, literally, Sarah, you're the most all right, chill person. Like, no matter what happens, you're just like, yeah, whatever. I'm like borderline apathetic at all times. Like, I don't know if this is like we're swinging back to full, like passive, like, let my life wash over me and we'll just like go. There's like anxiety and then there's like depression, right? So like I know people can have both and it's very common. But like I've never been an anxious person, but I've only been like depressed. So like when things happen, like I literally don't care. You know what I mean? Like that's what I've realized about myself is like I literally could not care less about what's going on as long as I'm still riding. But like it like becomes a problem if it's like I actually don't care, but then I also don't put an effort to do something. Like that's when it gets bad. Is like I need a little drive to actually do something with my life, right? So like when I get too chill, then it's like okay, no motivation, okay, no life goals. Like, you know, that's how I was in college for sure. Like, okay, like nothing matters type shit. I admire how chill you are. I for real crash out over literally fucking anything. Yeah, I mean, I honestly can say, at least in the past 5 years, I probably haven't crashed out. Like in the real sense of the word crash out. I did definitely crash out more in college. Like I was kind of unstable back then. Like now I feel like I'm like so I can't describe it other than I'm so chill. Like I'm literally just so chill. Who did you have to sell your soul to in order to have no anxiety, and do you have their contact info? I think it might be like God's plan for me to be like the most whatever person on the planet, and like just be like depressive. I'm just depressive and not anxious. That's the thing. And it's like it would suck to be depressive and anxious, which many people are, so and I really feel for y'all. But personally, it's like the apathy and the like whatever happens happens. That's my current state of mind. The 2 or 3 times I interacted with you, you did seem more gloomy back then than compared to now. I mean, I genuinely was like depressed like boots in college. Like I genuinely was. Now, like I'm definitely less depressed, but minorly depressive, if that makes sense. Not to call her out, but one time she went to the CS dungeon and a tutor recognized her because she looked dead inside. I literally do not even remember that, but that actually sounds real. And to be honest, I think I still kind of look dead inside sometimes. Like I don't have resting bitch face. I have like resting dead face. But back then, like it really like I really was dead inside. So that was just my state of mind in early 20s. Who we love the early 20s. Anyway, now I feel I'm definitely more stable, but in the sense that sometimes I think I should care a little bit more about my own life. Like like take the reins, girl, but right now I'm kind of like, okay, Jesus, take the wheel. And Jesus being like whatever happens. Yeah, I have RDF. I do think I have RDF though. Like still to this day. Like if I genuinely am not making a facial expression, I do look dead inside. It's funny because like Sophia, I don't know what it is, but I think she has like a really approachable face or something. So whenever we're out and about, um, people are always coming up to her specifically, like not me, I'm just there. They're coming up to her and asking her like anything, like, can you take a picture for us? Do you know the directions to this place? Um, like what time is it? Like do you know like what's going on? Like she like genuinely strangers will come up to her to ask their questions. Like she has that kind of face. Meanwhile, if I'm out and about, like no one's coming up to me, and I think that's my RDF in work. Backseating your own life, kind of epic. Wait, that's kind of true. That is a good way to put it. I feel like that is what I'm doing because like that that's actually so accurate. Backseating my own life. Wow, I love that. Okay, we're gonna look around the freaking manufacturing facility. Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. All right, what we got? What's being built out there? Our top of the line, brand new bestsellers, the Animate 16 Warm. Looks kind of cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I get that you can grow just about anything from lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? That was our first concern when R&D began work on the worm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle, and it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin, but digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. You must have figured something out. The A-16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out a half dozen of them, but... right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago. So we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move. Living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite? Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Games like this scare me because we aren't that far away at the moment from stuff like this. No, that's the thing is like, okay, so this is set in 2084 or in the 2080s. And like, I think this could be realistic for 2084 because it's very much like there's cameras on every corner. Crime is essentially at 0% because there's cameras and like people's phones and like government surveillance at all times. And like everything is run by AI and like half android, half human. And like these people are like slaves to this company. Like we're really close to being there. Where did the breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partly, he led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Jung, hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Jung before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled worm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the androids so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Jung, did he partner with her on this? A big thing for me is like society will be even crazier than it is now. People will hate modded people. People will hate these worm androids. I mean, that's how it is in the game too. Like there are people who are wary of these worm androids and are like protesting it. But then like the other like 65% of society is just like, well, that's just what's going on. We're making leaps and bounds now compared to 2000 and it's only been 25 years. Rich people are going to try and just build stuff or governments will just build armies. It's like, just because you can build it doesn't mean you should, but that's how companies operate. And that's like how things like this happen. Like it starts with mods. I honestly feel that like, and then it's kind of like, how can we create artificial intelligence that will help us? But then it's kind of like, it just continues to evolve. It's like just because you can. I mean, literal staff, like they will replace workers with androids. I don't have to pay them. Right, like it's worth it to the rich people because it's like, okay, I can just buy like 5 androids probably for a lot of money, but that compared to continuously paying human workers, they would still rather have autonomous workers. I mean, I know people have companies who have AI receptionists. I mean, have you seen those videos of like the AI interviews? I don't even know if those are real, to be honest. I haven't done my due diligence into that, but like, I feel like we're very close to that already, even if those are fake. I wish a billionaire would be useful in event fast travel. I'm saying like let's pour our resources into things that will actually benefit the earth mama. Like let's investigate how we can decrease climate change, okay? I'm sure one of y'all has enough money to offset all the carbon emissions using like whatever technology they have to like decarbonize the atmosphere. Dealing with AI customer service actually makes me want to die. Yeah, the AI like customer service and like receptionist type stuff right now is not great, but like the way that AI and like those algorithms work, like it's gonna be good in like 2 years. That's gonna be like everyone is gonna be an AI customer service agent. I've seen 2 separate AI interview videos where the AI just keeps repeating one word. They're real? Okay, like I would really like to meet one of these AI interviews. Like in the industry I'm in, I feel like it's likely. I think it's likely that I could potentially get interviewed by an AI interviewer. So I really hope, cross my fingers, I really hope that happens to me one day. Just for like, I know eventually that might be like the norm, but right now it's like stupid enough that I think it's funny. So I would like to see it. Dude, I was such an elite receptionist. I'd like to see an AI make these damn patients smile the way I did. Shaking my head again. I'm saying, like, AI might be able to do the job functionally, but they're not gonna be the human customer service. Like, they're not gonna know how to actually make someone's day and how to actually help efficiently based on the situation of an individual customer. You know what I mean? That's why the AI customer service chatbots are so annoying, is because they just have like some set modes and answers, and that's all they can do. They can't really help with any nuance. Imagine these rich fucks putting half-baked machines to work when they have bodies. That's what we're imagining right now, I guess, in this game. I don't think AI will take my job, but I fear the government will at this rate. I mean, I do think there's a long ways until AI is taking over most jobs. But what's annoying me right now is how like they really push for using AI for our job. You know what I mean? Like AI cannot completely take over our jobs right now at this point, but like they're really trying to get every person who works remotely close to the tech industry, and even if not, they're really trying to get everybody like using that ChatGPT. Like they're really trying to be like, you can use AI to make your job easier and faster and all that. But it's like, well, what if I don't want to do that actually? What if I actually just wanted to do it myself as I was hired to do? No, literally, like, boss is trying to push us to use AI to help us write emails, and I'm like, I can write an email. That's the thing, like, these other people who work in my company and other companies, like, they genuinely are using ChatGPT and other AI chatbots and stuff to, like, do every single thing. Like they don't know how to write an email. They don't know how to like edit a resume themselves, or like they don't know how to like, what am I gonna like, what should I eat tomorrow? You know what I mean? Like the amount of people who are genuinely using chatbots for any stupid little thing is like, okay guys, like, do you actually want your brain to rot at a young age, or like what's going on? Because like can you do one thing yourself? And the answer for a lot of people is actually no. And it's crazy because like it's only been like a few years since like ChatGPT and all this AI chatbots have like really, really been popular. Like it's literally only been a few years. And the way like some people are so dependent on it, it's like, okay, like just because you can do that doesn't mean that you should rely your whole life on what an AI just told you. I work in a college and every email I get is so clearly written by ChatGPT. It's nuts. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's very obvious when it doesn't sound like you actually wrote it because, like, it's hard to believe, but like, people have a voice and a tone that ChatGPT does not have because they just compiled a bunch of documents from their algorithms and online and stuff. It's like kind of crazy to think that just because you plug something into ChatGPT doesn't mean like that's like the best product. And I know it's like a struggle for like professors and like everything in colleges now because like literally every student is like using ChatGPT for every single thing. I heard of a video complaining that they don't know how people were able to write a 500-word essay without AI. And 500 words is barely an essay. That's crazy because like I had to write like a 15-page essay and let me tell you, it was difficult. But like we pulled through, we did that dang thing. We did that dang thing. And like I can't even blame them because like when I was in college, yes, I was trying to look up the answers to turn in my homework faster. Yes, I was trying to like ask my friends if they knew how to do it and then low-key just like copying off of them. Like that's always been the case, but like with ChatGPT, it's literally like every single student basically has all the answers at their disposal. Easy gratification. And like I literally cannot blame them for using it. Like literally I would probably use it if I was like 19 now and didn't want to do my homework. I saw an article the other day about a college that went back to blue books 100% of the time. Dude, blue books! So they weren't using blue books before. Okay, yeah, so it's like we were using blue books. Then it was like, okay, now you can just do things online, like on a form. But now the online cheating is too easy, so they have to go back to physical. Return to tradition. We did that thing, and at least we had to work to cheat because, like, I was going to office hours. I was going to office hours, asking the TA for the answers and writing down the answers. And then my friends and I were coordinating who's gonna do what and then copy off each other. Like it was kind of like a collaborative, like that was kind of teamwork. That was kind of, we were learning about collaboration. We were learning about delegation. We were learning about task management, time management. Now it's like, just plug that shit in ChatGPT and you can finish all your homework in 5 minutes. Well, okay then. I guess you could do that, but like, what was even the point of like coming to this establishment? You know what I mean? Like, I literally feel like I sound so old. Like I'm giving boomer right now, but like back in my day, you know what I mean? I may have procrastinated in college, but I at least learned how to write an essay. I mean, I at least figured out how can I communicate via email with higher ups, you know, with my TAs, with my supervisors. I knew what kind of things to Google and how to find information using links. Like, you know what pisses me off is when you Google something and then it has that AI generated paragraph that like is literally pulled out of their ass because they don't really have like where that information came from. I hate that shit. It's like I'm actually trying to go into a link and see that for myself, actually. I barely read essays and books, so I could write 40 pages worth of slop. Exactly. I wrote slop, but it was from my own brain. That was my own brain generating the slop. These people are writing slop. It's still slop, but it's ChatGPT slop. Like you couldn't even like come up with something on your own like for 1 second, you know. That AI shit on Google pisses me off so much. It's so annoying because I actually did not want to see that. I wasn't asking for that, but it's just there all the time. I'll never forget meeting someone from UCSD after college. She told me how she was in the Korean Christian group and they had a Google Drive that had literally every CS course assignment, solution, and exam key in it from like 2015 to 2019. Well, I remember we had like one friend who had that site that had like homework answers on it. Do you guys remember that? What was it called? Like I forgot what it was called. But there was that site where like every time you looked up homework, it would come up, but you'd have to pay to unblur the answers or whatever. I remember one person in Sophia's friend group had the subscription. They all shared it. And that was real solidarity. It's unique slop. So true. It was my slop. It may have been slop, but it came out of my own brain. And it was in my own tone of voice and my own thoughts. And my own tears and sweat. Yeah, Chegg. Back in my day, we were squinting at the Chegg blurred answers and then trying to like guess how you got there because you get points on the work you get to get to the answer. But that I should have been in that Korean Christian group because that could have saved me a lot of trouble. That could have saved me a lot of trouble. I think one of my friends did that at a different school, but the Chegg account got deleted because it was being used on too many devices. Dang, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, I think they would like meet up and like look at it together. So like, I guess the devices wasn't an issue, but everyone was definitely sharing the answers. All right, feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer for short. Real high quality piece of machinery, each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. What does it do? Nano level flash fab, basically a 3D printer for nano machines. New search term alert. Okay, so 3D printers, yep. Flash fabrication. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Right. Oh, I'm sure. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. It takes me so long to complete games. Also, Sarah spends 5 minutes every 30 seconds talking to chat. It's an interesting discussion, okay? We're playing an interesting game that brought up a lot of things to discuss. It's a blessing to have a chat that will talk to you for 5 minutes straight, though. No, I love it. I love just like talking about whatever. Thank you guys for coming in here and also discussing random stuff. Whether that be serious, like AI, or unserious, like if a shepherd's pie is really a pie. I think it's all important. It's all important stuff. Maybe it's time to become a just chatting streamer. I mean, to be fair, the game is just an excuse to be on here and yap with you all. Like, it's a little background noise. It's like a little background game that we have on here. The main goal is to just talk about random shit. But also, I do want to know what happened to David Asher, okay? The game is very cool. I do indeed want to know what's going on. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. So the thing about this game, right, is like the lore and the science is so deep and detailed, but like, girl, you know I don't know what you're saying. Like, the lore is a little too deep because like what the hell she just said at this part. I didn't come here for biology lessons. You know when you're off your ADHD meds and you come home from work and you literally cannot complete a single task. I wish I could make ChatGPT clean my apartment and make me dinner. If ChatGPT could wash my dishes for me, maybe then we'll talk. Maybe then we'll talk. But for now, I'm not a fan of her work. I love my yap sessions and streams. It's definitely the best part. The game is like the main thing, but actually the main thing is the yapping. Must be time consuming. You would think, but Randock cracked the code on parallel microfactoring. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar swimming with millions of nanites. I'm literally like, this is all in one ear out of the other because I don't know what you're saying to me right now. So hopefully this information is not important because I don't know what you're saying. But the door vacuum sealed while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. For real though, fuck dishes. My apartment in ruins watching me sit here and continue to neglect it. Yeah, like, to be honest, all I do is put off cleaning my apartment. So like, it's low-key in shambles, but like in a livable, acceptable shambles. Like it's not quite at the point where it's like so bad, but it's definitely like at the point where it's like, girl, clean your damn place. But like it's gotta be like, someone's gonna come over tomorrow, then I'll probably clean tonight. You know what I mean? It has to be so last resort for me to get the motivation to like actually clean something. I'm surprised we skipped the robots in homes part of AI, or maybe we just at the first step before that. Because if someone told me, hey, you can buy a robot for the price of a car who will take care of cleaning dishes and trash, I'd be like, Yeah, I mean, robots are a lot different because it's very mechanical, and I feel like it's hard to put like although it is a menial, even though it's an easy task, like it still requires a lot of, I think, artificial intelligence in collaboration with mechanical parts. So I feel like that is the next step, because like right now we got that like self-driving car stuff. We got like those little guys that deliver your food. Have you seen those? Like they're like little robot guys that drive around on the sidewalk to like deliver DoorDash. I feel like we're like at that step, and so we haven't quite gotten to like full robotized, mechanicalized things for day-to-day tasks. The body is the hard part. That's what I'm learning. That's what I'm learning from this game as well. Menial, but it is maniacal. It is maniacal. Like, tell me why I get so angry when it's like sink full of dishes time. Nothing gets me in a worse mood than going into the kitchen and being like, shit, I have to clean all this shit because otherwise I can't make my next meal because all of this stuff is dirty. It is maniacal. He must have bought his own for some reason. Okay, so David had his own manufacturer in his home. This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If Dawes does quality assurance, is it some kind of Android calibration device? It's probably what he'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass, out on the floor, there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Through glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into. So you add the blood towards the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such. But it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right, sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The color is natural, comes from the manufacturing process. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Then you gotta make the meal too. When does it end? And somehow go to bed at a decent time. I'm saying, like, we don't have enough time for all of this. I'm sorry, but we get off work, we cook our meal, we gotta clean, then we gotta like go to bed early so we can go to work. When's the free time, mama? When is the relaxation time? I don't mind cooking and dishes. I just don't like cleaning, specifically the bathroom or vacuuming. I mind all of it, to be honest. This is literally a Danganronpa reference. Wait. What is the Psychopop Pink? I literally mind all of it. I genuinely mind all of it. I don't like to cook. I really don't like to clean the dishes. I don't like to clean the apartment. I don't like to vacuum. I don't like to sweep. I don't like, you know, scrubbing at the floors. I don't like, dust. Organizing. I don't like, you know, doing laundry. Like, to be fair, the one I mind the least is doing laundry because I don't know why, it's kind of relaxing to me. And most of it is actually just waiting for the laundry to be finished. So that's like the one I mind the least, but I still like don't want to do it. Are they talking about blood? They're talking about the warm android's blood is normally pink. So I guess it starts out red, like normal blood, and then it turns pink. Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors, ha ha ha. That may be true. It probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal, the sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. Very true. I think if it was actually blood-like, it would be like, oh my god, that was blood. Like, I literally just made that android bleed. But since it's like hot pink paint, it's like, okay, that was just like a robot. Doing laundry, fine for me. Putting away laundry though, I'm awful at it. I mean, yeah, I'm very like, I get very like, what's the word? Like, I absolutely have to put away the laundry after it's done. Like, I get so annoyed when the laundry's like just on the bed after it's done. So like, I always put my laundry away right away. Not that I like it, but it's like, it just bothers me so bad when it's sitting there and getting wrinkled and like taking up the bed space. But like, Sophia's the type who like does not like to put away her clothes. So like, I organize our clothes, so I'll put away mine. And then I'll like stack hers so she can put them away, but then she won't put them away. So then it's just like on her side of the bed. But like, I don't want to put it away. So that's like my half of the deal. Like, I did the laundry and I put away my own. So I'll deal with having like 30 shirts like piled on the bed, but they are not my shirts and they're not on my side of the bed. So it sits in my basket for much too long. I need to get better. For me, what happens is I won't wash my laundry until I literally have no clothes left. So like right now I have like 2 pairs of socks left, and they're like the socks that I only wear when I have no more socks left. Like the struggle socks, one could say. And so it's like, oh shit, I need to do laundry because I only got my struggle socks left. So like the laundry basket is like piled up like this. Like here's where the laundry basket ends. But the laundry is piled like this. And it's like, oh, maybe I should do the laundry now. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, but once I actually get the laundry started, then I can complete the full process. But it's like getting started. It's like the inertia. Basically, all of that to say, I don't like doing chores, and all of them are bad. My full laundry basket of clean clothes is 2 inches away from me right now and has been sitting there neglected for a week. Now, for me, the neglecting is like before the laundry starts. So like the basket is just like so piled. So then by the time I have to do laundry, I can only do like 1 or 2 loads, and the laundry basket won't be empty because that's how long I haven't done laundry. So like I have to do like, it'll be like 4 loads before the laundry basket's empty, but I won't do all of it at once. So I'll do 1 load. Basket's basically still full, but not piled over. And then I'll wait until it's like so piled over again. Then I'll do 1 load. Like basically what I'm saying is the laundry basket is basically always at least 75% full, if not piled over 150% full. The laundry basket is never empty. That's the problem. I need to go take a shower before I die. Okay. Bye, Levy. Thanks for the lurk. What helps me is I dump my laundry on the bed once it's done, so I have to put it away. That's what I do. I dump my laundry on the bed, so I have to put it away. And then I'll organize Sophia's onto her side of the bed, but she won't put hers away. She'll just like take the clothes and put it on the nightstand. And I'm like, fine, that's your clothes, so you do that. But for me, I'll put my clothes away right away. But if it really is like a problem, I'll leave it in the dryer because like your girl gotta go to bed without clothes on the bed, you know? I did that last night and didn't feel like putting it away when I went to bed, so I shoved it back into the basket. Exactly, like there's always something you can do to avoid the chore. Like if I don't want to wash all the dishes, I'll just wash the one I need the most. And then I'll be like, okay, I'll wash the rest like afterwards. And then I just won't. I'm getting better with the dishes though. I'm getting better with the dishes. But other chores, like I'll put that off. I'll put that off so hard. Real shit, Levy. I mean, like, literally, like, if you don't want to do it, there's always a way to not do it. And, unfortunately, that's just the reality. I could wrap up here and get Sarah registered. Should I look around? I'll look around a bit more. The chromofuge and the nanofactor. We're gonna look around some more. But I'm still curious about how the sausage is made. Is there anything else? Oh, right here. An inhaler left out on the desk. Probably a half-dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. DAWs, the inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so... Can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is. Not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow a red after brushing your teeth, and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. The only thing I really hate doing is cleaning the bathroom. Really don't mind all other chores. Shouldn't have to do unpaid labor. Once I start working from home a few days a week, I'll be doing hella chores because I'll feel like I'm getting paid for it. That being said, I just put on podcast or music and listen to it when I do chores. Good luck, Lebby. Oh, thank you for being first, Lebby. I missed that. I really don't like cleaning the bathroom as well. Like, when I have to clean the toilet, like, it's not that bad once it's getting done, but like, it's literally, like I said, the concept of having to start the cleaning process that really gets me. Because like, once I start, I get in a groove, and it's like, okay, let me clean the hell out of this bathroom. But I hate to clean a toilet. I hate to clean a shower. I hate to like clean the counters in the kitchen. I hate to sweep and mop the floor. Our floors are like, at my current apartment, like the floors get dusty and dirty like so fast. Probably because we have a huge gap under the door, so like all this dirt and shit gets in. But it's like, ugh, I don't want to sweep it. I don't want to sweep it. So yeah, sometimes it gets a little past the point when of what it should. And I think that's fine. I really feel like the last time I really did like a full clean was redacted amount of time ago because it's honestly too long. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Okay. Wow. They don't even need to know how to deal with an overdose. Yeah, I know, right? That is not a good thing. What have we got on this data pad? Some kind of write-up? Much of our world today, and in fact, much of our world's economy is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. The thought experiment provides a simple but easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple, primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between these two ends where products are universally appalling to human sensibility. The uncanny valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more difficult, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Oh, looks like you forgot to sign in. Yeah, because I agree, because like, it's kind of like, At what point is it too weird that this android is so human-like that it's undistinguishable from being an android or a human? Like, at that point, I feel like people also become uncomfortable, which is what this article is talking about. I love this AI theory stuff, though. No, I really love this game because they really delve deep into the lore, and, like, it's very, like, well-researched and very realistic articles and, like, progression of technology. This game is kind of epic. Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be wary of it. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast, now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry, could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's any indication of where their androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. Well, there is the theory that it's only weird for the first couple generations of people. That's true. Everything can become normal with time. So I feel like it's a worry for Noble right now as they're approaching that peak. But if they actually reached it, eventually I think people would become accustomed to it if it just like became the norm in society. I don't know if you can hear that, but there's like an ice cream truck playing outside. All right, all done. You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can you have it step into the scanner? Oh, you can't hear it? It's blasting out the window. I live next to a park, so there's always like an ice cream truck driving by trying to get the kids at the park to get ice cream. As he says, understood. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa, there's a lot to unpack here. We theorize that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract, all Noble products and, well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah. This Sarah model, it's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development, like in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large I can't... No, wow, he had to measure it using... hell of a poker face. Hold on now. Okay. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking? That's hacking, essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenants? Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenants would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean there are androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids. So yeah, I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through the firewalls and encryptions of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars, it would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression. And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says that can't be right. Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. Dun dun dun! That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. I'd need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. Had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there. A few of the same conclusions, just... Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside? Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. Not at all, you've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally, we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. All right, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... Never mind. Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenants here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected, talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be that they only had 3 tenants total and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents and the first lawsuits, then the hearings and the legislature, and the demand for more tenants. A tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenants, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects versus Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenants from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. I mean, it makes sense, like, if anyone's gonna want that, it's gonna be, like, for military purposes. It's funny. Ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up, you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. I'm trying to follow along, but it's hard when working too. No, yeah, this is hard to follow along even when I'm putting my full focus on the story because like there's just a lot to take in. Did they define what a tenant is? I think it's kind of like it's almost like a check, a rule that all ads must follow. So but like the military ones have less restrictions because they need to be able to like just pull the trigger right away. But let me see if there is a search term on it with more details. Yes, here we go. A programming framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software, any and all contemporary supported blah, 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 blah. Inviolable priorities for their code to pursue. Once added to a program, a tenant cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances. And even then, only if a tenant with a higher weight supersedes it. First adopted as a trio, 3 priorities that govern how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Tenants are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs. This, combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a limit below 30. Originally, the one that could not be removed from any program was TNT Safety 0, dictated that the program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. But then they removed that because you need to harm a person in war. Very nice. Although it may still be added as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. Makes sense why they're called tenants. It's essentially programming lawfulness into the AI. Exactly. It's like to make sure that like the human is still at the priority and forefront. Human safety, I guess. But yeah, once they got the military involved, then that's all. It's all moot. It's an iRobot reference. Is that the movie with Will Smith? Which reminds me, when you were talking about tone of GPT earlier, and I've never really used it, but I know it used to just glaze everyone. I've never used it, so I don't even know, but I just know that the tone is not like how a normal person would talk. Oh, Isaac Asimov's book, he went over this, but also the Will Smith movie. I'm not familiar with the plot of either, but this is some interesting stuff. Cool reference. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Oh, this is about to be like the most expensive Android ever. Wow, I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly? That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work. They say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number, try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. I wish they would tell us the number. A robot cannot harm a human, must obey human orders unless they conflict with the first law, and must protect its own existence unless it conflicts with the first or second law. Yeah. That sounds about right for the 3 original tenants. $1 trillion robot. It probably is. Honestly, it makes sense. You spoke differently back there. With Dawes. You spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seemed to mirror his affect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know. No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate? Any cop or even just a well-placed camera could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great. You put us over the weight limit. With inflation, no doubt, it's honestly probably a completely different currency. That's true. They just want it to be up to the imagination. Basically very expensive. I did no such. Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Dun dun dun, oh my god. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient? Forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. 2086. July 1st. God, I don't even want to think about insuring robots. I mean, I'm sure as the robot industry was growing in this universe, the insurance companies were probably going buck wild. Like, yeah, you better insure this autonomous robot that is still property, but could do things, you know, on its own accord. I can't even begin to imagine how that algorithm is calculating the insurance cost. Executive Office, Jung. Oh shit. You know she got that bob. You know she got that the bob with the one long part. Right. Why is it so orange in here? Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? In here, I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Let's save. Let's let her stew. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always liked this time of day. Oh, she has blue hair. Okay, Miss Thing. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops? Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Jung. Just Miss is fine. Miss Jung, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Why was everything so orange when you entered? No, that's what I'm wondering, because I thought her office was on fire. It was bright orange and red. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? He was great, but that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android. It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? She knows something. She knows something. I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know that he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Oh? Really? Obviously, there aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his home and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung is his superior, on paper if not in fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually, you or some clever lawyer like you would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And so perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me, but is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? Ooh. It's about to get crazy. You went to his home last night. Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited, and he let me in, and we talked. About? The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? This girl's the bad guy, I'm calling it. It's too easy if she's the bad guy, I feel. Because she was the only sole witness. She was in the building when he died. And she called me up to give me all this information. I feel like it'd be too easy. But she definitely is giving, like, #1 suspect right now. I just wonder how this goes when it's not Morgan killing people. Yeah, I wonder if, like, Morgan has any involvement with anything. That's what they want you to think? I guess that is what they want me to think. I can't tell what kind of twisty-turnies the game wants me to think. Miss Jung? Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later, that he would be dead? That he would commit suicide in front of me. Oh? Oh my god, you know what? This is kind of like a Knives Out situation. You know? Like, you think that she is the person who killed him because she was there. But actually, he pulled, maybe he was like the Knives Out guy where he like pulled this whole thing so that he could expose everybody. You don't know about Knives Out? In Knives Out, so like I don't remember exactly what happens. I watched it a while ago, but basically this guy dies and everyone is like, "Oh my God, who killed him, bro?" They're all trying to find out who killed the guy. Like the family members are all trying to find out. And then like everyone is basically a suspect. And then finally it's like revealed that this guy did it, but then actually it was revealed that the original guy like planned it all along to like expose the shitty family members. I don't even remember what happened, but like it was kind of like a weird, crazy twist. I almost feel like that's what's gonna happen here. Holy shit, she's the medicine bottle the whole time. She wasn't even the one who poisoned him. She is the poison. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15. He said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime. Enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey in 2 plastic cups. We drank and we talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No. I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. Oh shit. We have a lot of questions to ask. Let's ask about the cups. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The 2 of them made the 1-point doctrine. That's not the story I've heard in noble commercials and noble sponsored media. Wow, it was both of them who worked on it, but only he got the credit and not her. Interesting. And come to think of it, it's not a story I ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9, and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finished, and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water, and he says, the president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day. We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. They're making it out for her to be the suspect. That's what I'm saying. They're making it out for her to be the suspect, but that makes me think it can't be her. Like, hello, way too much info. She was there at the scene of the crime. So suspicious. It would be crazy if she actually killed him. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I'd been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, But together, David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So David asks if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle, says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. Hold on, we're getting some evidence. Okay. Okay. So it is her saliva and all that stuff. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, and waiting. Period. All right. It was ceremony for us. All right, let's talk about history with Noble. Let's get some lore, mama. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So, was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Oh, right. Because that makes it better. Ceremony? Hold on. Let him cook. Maybe we're putting some pieces together. Fascinating. So, was he in harmony? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. Scandalous. All right. CCE. You said CCE, Standard Operating Procedure, a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand? So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned? They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. No, I'm glad they're explaining this too, because I didn't know what that meant. And I was hoping they would tell us some more. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. That's smart. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible. Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing compared to when they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady. Or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work, consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? We need a ceremony after Levy's Baltimore ball. That would be fun. We gotta cook up a big event. Just so we can use these names, these event names. You could even call it a gay little ceremony. Love. That would basically just be like a pride party. Pride party would be gay little ceremony. Do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years, and that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming, and they'd probably have struck first. Struck first. Interesting. All right, let's save Sarah for last. We'll talk about the Anime 16 as a whole. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed cyanotonin? The factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? Gagged her a bit. She looks shocked. She's like, next year for Pride, I'm gonna need to use that for Pride next year. You're so right. Gay little ceremony next year. I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. What are you trying to hide, girl? Why are you acting so shocked that I know that you worked on this project? Like, why are you trying to hide that you worked on that? At the time, cyanotonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? I low-key feel like she's trying to put it on him that he did all that, but honestly, she's the one who's like more of an expert on the biochem stuff, so I feel like she definitely worked on that as well. So there must be a reason why she's trying to put it all on him. Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon, he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually, they came to follow his lead. Just like that. Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments. That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course. but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. She's acting suspicious though, for sure. I feel like there's definitely something suspicious about her. Like maybe she didn't actually do the killing, but she's certainly trying to hide something. Completely random, but I like the hair colors in this room. Loki makes me think of Powerpuff Girls. I like the use of color in this. Like go off powder blue hair. That's true. It is giving Powerpuff Girls, although the green Powerpuff Girls hair was technically black. But yeah, the colors are giving Powerpuff Girls. Blue hair MILF. All right, let's ask about Sarah. So this android, Sarah, even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems. I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself, and anyone below him, frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. True, Buttercup's hair was black. Man, I love fishing. Exactly. Man, I love fishing. Fishing for older women who may be mothers. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card. The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough that you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s. Just a figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret? Welcome back, Ray. How's it going? How's everyone doing today, by the way? I feel like midway through playing this game, I just get tired from reading. But like, I am intrigued by what's happening, but like my vocal cords can't keep up. I don't know, but he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran? I'm running out of leads to chase. This brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. True, we don't have enough evidence yet. Probably about to lose service. I'll see you when you're back. All right, what did we learn today, folks? Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs, it's very different. Speed walking. Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zhen Jiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape? No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? She's coming for me right now, like, damn. Sorry that not all of us are literally robots, so we don't have any, like, physical exhaustion. Me whenever I have back pain. Could it be that I am out of shape? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith. And that would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself, mentally, for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket, and you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. The champagne, flute, and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. It should be in view if we turn. Adonai, be careful. Of what? It's a stray, and it's bearing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should... Relax. Adonai, it's growling. It's not growling at me. See? So it's just me that it doesn't like. Too much static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Do you have a pet? Nope, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet? That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I have rarely been addressed directly by people, other than you. In other words, you're shy. That is not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. If I was programmed to have anxiety, I think I would fight my creator. I mean, one could say that if you are born with mental illness, you kind of were programmed to have that. And I don't know who you would count as the creator. Mayhaps a god of some sort. But in this case, David Asher created her. And if he hadn't died, she could have easily killed him. Easily. But she wouldn't because he is her father. I don't know if that was programmed. That was also programmed, obviously, is that she thinks he's a father. She thinks of him as her father. In a weird way. Very weird way. Ultraviolets. Oh shit, we at the club! The universe, Cthulhu, your parents. I just might. Homie gave me seasonal allergies, mental illness, tummy problems, and I'm 5'2". No, literally, like, why did I have to get glasses when I was 6 years old? That's because of my parents, bro. I'm gonna fight. Turn up. We're turning up at Ultraviolets. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. Like, why am I nerfed? They knew you'd be too powerful otherwise. Real. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, the universe nerfs its strongest warriors. And I truly believe that. Personally, I don't find myself to be a strong warrior by any sense of the word. But I feel like people who suffer the most don't even know, like, how much they've really suffered. Does that make sense? Anyway, all I'm saying is that literally our strongest warriors. I wonder if in this world they have mods for mental health. I feel like that would be difficult, actually, because they have physical mods. But it's so, their technology is like so sophisticated. I feel like they probably do have mods for mental health, like kind of like how people nowadays take like medication for their mental illness. They probably have something similar that's like much more advanced. In other sci-fi worlds, they do. Would it be difficult? Yes. Like, we have medications now that kind of monitor our mental health. So like, they could probably have something like some kind of chip that monitors it for you, like with electrodes or something. They literally made a half robot human person. Very true, very true. All that like organic matter mixed with machinery and technology, I'm sure that can be applied to mental illness. They basically have that in the world of the book series I told you, Uglies. Oh my god, the Uglies! Dude, I read the Uglies when I was like, maybe like 12 years old. And I really thought that shit was real. I really thought that I was gonna get snatched up and I was gonna get like plastic surgeoned up. I read a book and they put chips into people's brains. Some people for mental health, some for learning disabilities, some just for combat. Like, I feel like that would be like something with this type of technology they have, that would be something they would try to do almost like immediately. Like help cure ailments or like reduce ailments. I was obsessed with those books as a preteen. Still haven't finished the Imposters series though. I only read like the first 2 books or 3 books maybe, but I definitely don't remember what really happened. But I do know they're like making an Uglies adaptation, or maybe it's already out with like that girl that I forgot her name. The movie's out. Like, I just feel like as a movie, it just obviously cannot hit the same as the book. So I'm not too interested in watching it, but I want to see what other people think of it. It's more obvious in Imposters. It was all right. Oh, you've seen it already? Like, I feel like the content of the book is a little cringe for on-screen adaptation. I feel like part of the reason it works as the book is like you kind of imagine the world. But that's what I think about books in general. But like some worlds, it's hard to adapt on screen in a way that like doesn't seem cringe, I feel. Definitely missed some marks compared to the book. Makes sense. The one I read was about like a civil war because essentially a bunch of propaganda pushed that the mods were no longer people. Oh, that sounds very similar to this, a little bit. That sounds interesting. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. She made a huge jump in conclusion. Like gay rights, but like personally that isn't the first thing I would think of, but period. Inappropriate. Adonai, it's only I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me. Did you catch the killer yet? No. What the heck? I sent you his paws. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet. I think. Asher started out working in Cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like IDK. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. They made some big changes and definitely was a little cringe in some parts. I will watch the next one if they make it though. The hoverboarding scene, for real, oh my god. I feel like I need to watch it because I kind of live when it's cringe, borderline cringe. So I feel like I'm gonna have a ball if I watch it. I love that from Brat. Yeah, I respect him because I can't win. I mean, you gotta respect your opponents. You think I'd like it? All right, add it to the list or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy. Did that come through or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. But not Cube. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and like machinery, stuff that had to operate in mines under the ocean. Middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged? Where'd Asher learn Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Alright, let's see what's up in this club. The stage for the talent. Pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark, once you get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax, and not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You've got an opinion to share? The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. Wonder what they'd say. If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Why is she really into punk rock? Debate settled. A bar, stocked full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. That's not true. I feel like some bar food can be good. But maybe in this case, like in this day and age, bar food's not good anymore. So you can like eat things? Yes, I can. What, like android food? There is no such product. So what do androids eat? Online user guides for Noble's warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety. According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it is not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something you have to look up anyway? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Foie gras. Hello? He's feeding her some nice ass food. This is like when people feed dogs like Wagyu beef. Never hydroponic avocados. It's a movement calling for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Oh, I see. So it's like organic. This is probably the most organic food you can get. I bet all the food in this day and age is probably genetically created and modified. The mention of food got me thinking how food's different 50 years in the future. Because like 50 years ago, food was not as readily available. So like WTF will people be eating by then? Probably a bunch of super synthetic food. Like probably all the meat's gonna be like lab generated, all the fruits and vegetables grown in a lab and not real farms. So that's why this never hydroponic avocado is probably super rare and also expensive. Vertical farms. One of the number of food processing blah 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 the 21st century. As the rising sea levels reduced the amount of arable land and shifted the agricultural industry towards vertical farms, skyscrapers were each floor is utilized for food production, saving on real estate and reducing the impact of unstable weather on agriculture. Yeah, so kind of like lab grown. Like it's not quite a lab, but it's like a farm that was created. Like lab-grown protein almost exclusively. If we fuck up the environment enough, we might literally only have synthetic food unless you're rich. And I think that is the case of this as well. Like, it's literally so rare to actually have like a farm-grown food. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. True. Don't get used to eating nice ass food, Miss Girl. That one over there, he matches the photo Fran sent. Should I approach now or look around some more? Well, I better look around some more. I haven't finished looking at everything yet. What kind of reading material gets left out in a club? A tabloid interview? Ooh, exclusive sit-down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and then double-check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's being called, and perhaps the only truly unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym, to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin, so. You're certainly influential. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share price. Yay! I'm happy for them, of course, but to be honest, it's a pain at times like this. She gestures towards her clothes, a plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? Sigh, can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless. This is an interview with the world's hottest celebrity, Luxury. She clearly has some importance in this story because she's been mentioned a few times. So I don't know how she fits in. Yes, her name is Luxury. Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you'd like to share? Be a little bratty. Act a little spoilt. Keeps you young. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29, now and forever. Don't get stuck on a cliffhanger like that. Hurry, log in below. Okay, so they're reading about Luxury. Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. It might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe. It's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's powerless or powerful? I mean, she's obviously powerful. Because everything she does can influence the stock market. I'm surprised I haven't heard that as a name before. I'm sure there's one person out there named Luxury. But, like, I'm surprised I haven't, like, I can't think of an actual person named that, but there's gotta be one. Some rises are too meteoric for even the Megs to grab the reins on. At this point, Luxury's got them at her mercy. She can send their stocks into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, that's him all right. Looks like he's killing time before his sets tonight. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. I actually don't hate it either. You could call them Lux for sure. I mean, Luxury is like, that's a cute name. Like, I can see why a celebrity or like a idol would have that name. Like, yeah, it rolls off the tongue. It's a nice word. And Lux is a good word too. And it definitely matches their vibe according to the interview. Mysterious, beautiful woman. As for me, I'll... Ooh, should I play it cool or play it straight? What does that mean? Okay, so play it cool is like nonchalant, right? Play it straight is just like, I'm gonna be up front. Do you know David Asher? So I don't know if I want to play it cool or straight. It's Pride Month, we don't play it straight. You hella right, and that's why I'm gonna play it cool. Can't argue with that one. Hey there. Hey. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats? Yeah, or whatever, man. The hell? Are you a fucking cop or something? This isn't a cop bar. Damn it, I should have played it straight. This is why, this is why I should have played it straight. In the end, being straight is better. I lost money for being a fucking cop. You know what? I will be a save scummer or whatever they called it. I don't give a hell. I don't give a hell or damn, and I don't have any shame. Isaac Porter? What's up? My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. Right now, I'm his lawyer. Can we talk? Depends. Were you a friend from work? No. Over here. Next year for Pride, we're having a gay little ceremony. What does that mean? Ceremony, aka party at Sarah's. Yeah, no, I got that, but what does that entail? I mean, I don't know if I'm actually gonna throw a party, but like, listen, y'all. Let me be upfront right now. My birthday is Saturday, August 16th. I'm planning on having a birthday party combined with my other friend whose birthday is in August, close to mine. And we're gonna have a pool party in San Diego. So if you would like an invite, even if you can't make it, if you would like an invite, let me know. And that includes all of you. But in terms of this gay little ceremony, I don't know if I'm actually gonna throw a party or if it's gonna be like a stream on stream thing. I'll take an invite. Listen, you will be getting an invite shortly. I don't care. I don't care if you can't actually make it. I would like to invite everybody who would like to be invited. So I'll invite you. You know what? I'll invite you. Screw it. I'll invite Anthony too. I'll invite Cam too. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac, it's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary. So why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. I can't swim, but hell yeah. He is iRobot. Wait, who is Isaac? Is his name Isaac Porter? Yeah, his name is Isaac Porter. He was the musician that was in contact with David Asher shortly before he died. So we had our little hacker friend find out for us about him. And now we're here to confront and ask what happened during your call with David Asher. You don't need to swim to be in a pool party. I mean, half the time I'm in the pool, it's just to stand in the water. I'm not actually swimming, you know what I mean? I just stand in the 5 feet section. Oh yeah, this is Isaac. This is Isaac Porter. Let's read his profile. Look, he's bad at folding laundry. He's just like us for real. I really am curious about like the significance of luxury. I'm sure we'll get to that, but I'm very curious. Hello, Rexy. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. I miss being able to hang out in the pool. Well, that's what I'm saying. When's the last time you went to a pool party? Think about it. Think about it. Probably a long time ago. So, if anything, it's just the concept of hanging around the pool. It's like the concept of summer. And not necessarily do you have to go in the water. Years ago, literally in college. Years ago when you lived at La Jolla Palms and we went to your pool. I don't even remember. That wasn't really a party, but still. Yeah, like, even if it wasn't a party, I can't really remember the last time I, like, went in a pool and, like, swam. Actually, I do remember I went in the pool and, like, fucked around during COVID. I did do that, but it wasn't a pool party. The last, like, time I really, like, gathered with someone in a pool had to have been in college. As a Canadian, I assume that pool parties are just a TV thing. Definitely not just a TV thing. They're pretty fun. It's pretty common, especially when you're like younger, like elementary school or middle school, and you have friends who have like a pool in their backyard and like they have a birthday party, then it's almost always gonna be a pool party if it's like in the warmer months, especially in California when there's like warm months all year round. Like as a kid, pool parties were the way to go. One of my favorite things about the summer. Like now I don't really like to go in the water. Like I don't like to like swim, I don't like to get wet, but it's like the concept of a pool party is fun. With the hot tub when it gets later in the evening, yes. That's the thing, not many people have hot tubs, but like if you like live in an apartment complex or something that has a hot tub, like that slays majorly. That's wild. We had ski parties. Hey, that's pretty fun. That sounds fun and very exhilarating as well. But if like, personally as a Californian, if someone was like, let's go ski, I would be like, let's chill. I don't know if I'm down for skiing. Whereas like a pool party for me, like the vibe is like, let's like just chill and like sit around. Like skiing is a big commitment, I feel. But I guess if it was like snowy all the time, like what else are you gonna do? Like, yeah, everyone's gonna go skiing. Makes sense. If someone right now was like, hey, wanna go hang out at a pool, I'd be down. Well, and that's why you will be getting an invite to my pool party. All right. Allergic to chlorine, so pool parties would be itchy. Yeah, that does suck, the chlorine allergy. But you know, like I said, it's mostly about the vibe of hanging out with people around the pool. So I think you'd still have fun, like the music, the snacks, the ice cream. It would still be fun. See, in Seattle, pools don't exist because why would they? You get enough water from the sky. Well, I feel like there would only be like professional pools for like people who pursue swimming as a sport, but they don't really like there's not really pools for leisure. One of my best friends had a saltwater pool instead. Whoa, wait, I've never heard of that. That's so cool. I guess that makes sense. Saltwater instead of chlorine. That's sick. Our old apartment complex also had those and we didn't use it enough. My old apartment had a pool, hot tub, movie theater. Never used any of those accommodations one single time while I lived there for 2 years. So now my new apartment doesn't have any of those things because it's cheaper, first of all, and I didn't use those. Literally never ever used them. So that's why I've downsized to an apartment that does not have any of those cool things. Literally not even one time did I go in the pool, which is crazy. It's like a whole thing now to go in the pool, you know? You gotta like wear your swimsuit. You gotta like have your body out and then like maybe there's gonna be other residents at the pool that you don't really want to like have to be around. And then then you get like chlorine all up in your hair. So then you gotta like go take a shower right away and then your hair gets all tangled from the water. It's like a whole thing. Does the salt keep it clean like chlorine does? Yeah, you just have to change out the water every once in a while or something. I was too young to understand how it worked. This is so enlightening. What is enlightening? My struggles with going to the pool. The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I am not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it yesterday. Oh, they were dating for real? Oh my god, guys. What did I say in my go live notification? Murder mystery time. I hope it gets gay. It's gay. Oh my God, happy Pride. Chlorine pools with dyed hair? Absolutely not. That's very true. I don't even have dyed hair, but it just fucks up my hair. They ended the relationship yesterday, right before he died, bro. We found the gays. We found the gays in the game. I didn't want to assume just because this person had pink hair that they might be queer, but they were, so. Gay spotted. Gay spotted. Care to elaborate on our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. Ladies and gentlemen, and theys, we got them. The game was gay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming to this stream today. I'm so happy and excited that you all can witness this. The game is gay. The gay is game. Sometimes the stereotypes are true. I guess sometimes the stereotypes are true. GG, next game. I think we beat the whole game. We got to the gay characters. Game over. We don't really need to find out what happens next. We met in a bar. Oh, why'd the music get all sultry? I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. David Asher was a low-key a slut. He couldn't keep one person. Each time talking with his mouth, but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting a single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. Yeah, we did already know that. We knew he couldn't keep like a date for like 2 dates. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. And he'd still sit there the rest of the night, unfazed. I think it makes sense. He probably had a lot of suitors. Like, obviously everyone wants to get on a date with the hottest CEO. Sorry, not hottest CEO. Hottest developer of the biggest company. Probably so rich, so smart. Everyone trying to get a piece of that sugar daddy. But he genuinely is like, just like, not good with people. Because of the stuff Morgan had to write about misunderstandings. Yeah, like, she had to help him, like, basically text these people. Sorry I was weird. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night, things were slow and my set had been canceled and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing. So, I asked him why he'd insisted on coming there, night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Aww. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute early on. Him being so passionate about work, I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until? There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were and how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him. Like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged, I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. Have to go, have a great stream. Thank you, Arexy Gaming, for stopping in. Hope you have a great day. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset. He'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away. And still, I had this stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night, I called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. But he answered, first ring, without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Wow, what a dick. He was a dick. Insane how workaholic prioritizes work first. I mean, it makes sense, but poor Isaac thought he was different. He thought he was special. No, like, that was cruel. Like, he was just like, hey, are you finished? Because, like, I gotta go, if that was it. That's crazy work. Oof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He had made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt, but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline, or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. Oof, that's heavy. Drive safe, Cam. Thanks so much for stopping by the stream. Get home safe. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do? Any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No sub-ins? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. Oh my god, she's a fan! Sarah's looking at Stan. So it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere first, butcher them before shitting them back out? I was not trained on any data sets that... Nah, pardon me. My mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Speak on it. Speak on it. Sarah, we're leaving. Crazy that this person ended up killing David. There's no way. There's no way the ex killed David. Like, I'm putting it out there right now. There's no way. So Sarah calls David dad. I wonder if she has like part of David in her. I feel like maybe she was partially trained off of his intelligence as well. And his personality. Because David Asher liked Isaac's music. And it seems like Sarah has some knowledge about his music as well and is like a fan of it. So it's like she might have inherited some of his personality traits since he was the developer and we don't know much about the code. I'm blaming every new person we meet. My final guess is that Sarah killed David. That's not a bad idea. Like, that's not a bad thought. Like, who was in the basement? Her. And he got the drink from the basement. I also kind of feel like it is possible, like, he killed himself, but like maybe he like knew he was gonna die. He didn't necessarily kill himself, but he knew he was gonna die, but he did it anyway. I don't know. There's so much that could be happening here. They're going full iRobot. Well, in theory, that could also be David just listening to his music. I was also thinking that because that's what happens in iRobot, and this seems very close to iRobot. I mean, I would not be surprised. Like, I've seen Ex Machina. I know the robot. The robot can rebel against Master. But she was in a slumber. I don't know. There's a lot weird going on, but like obviously Sarah the android is like a weird thing that we don't have much answers about, and that makes it suspicious. And I also feel like they are making the CEO lady, Helen, act like the primary suspect, which makes me think it can't be her. It's too obvious if she actually did it. But then I don't know if they went full circle where it's like it's so obvious actually it was her in the end. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model, an early 21st century. Not that. Why'd you talk to him? I just felt that I should say something to him. A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. I do wonder why she felt the need to say something to him in particular, because we had just addressed that she doesn't really talk to him. She doesn't like start a conversation with other people besides Morgan. But for some reason, she really felt the need to like comment on his music in that moment. I wonder why, because she's got a part of David in her. That's my theory. She is part David. I think that makes sense. Like, she literally calls him father. It would make sense if part of his DNA was used to program her. Since he was just building that shit in his basement. It would make sense. Sarah's the singularity. She also doesn't seem to understand social cues, but she's a fucking genius. Yeah, I mean, like, she has, like, the typical android knowledge, like the way that she can search anything and, like, know the answers. But then she doesn't understand social cues, but at the same time, she's not programmed like other androids who only kind of have, like, set things they say. Like, they don't really kind of, like, start a conversation or are curious about, like Sarah was asking a lot of questions to Morgan, just, like, random shit. That I feel like other androids wouldn't like just ask unprovoked questions about random stuff. So she definitely has like humanoid personality. Yeah, and Morgan was like, WTF are you doing? Like normal androids are not just like randomly starting a conversation about random stuff to a person unless it's like related to their job. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. Ooh. Probably his home? Noble Employee Housing Building. Platia. Yep, back home we go. In the basement. The basement. You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle. You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? All right, hold on. I gotta save. Damn, bro just has a classic Lambo in the 2080s. Is that what that is? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it? Inhaled it? Why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. I suppose it's possible. But highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right. An airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we're left is oral intake. At least assuming that hologram is a projection of a real car he has in his garage. I mean, I don't know if it's a Lamborghini specifically, but it looks like a current-ish one, and this is 6 years in the future. Well, he clearly was into some old tech because he knew how to code some old coding language before his time. And someone was saying his dad was like into mechanical stuff. So maybe he was into Lamborghinis. Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai? Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Jung was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical, and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0. David left the parlor and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story. So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar? Better, 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches the poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to... If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar. Literally, he went downstairs, did his shit to finish Sarah, but he needed to die to do it. No, you're so right. He needed to put his DNA or whatever blood in her, and then, or like whatever, like random biotech bullshit that I don't understand. He had to do that to make her, the android, be able to work. And so then he died right away after. You are actually cooking, Anthony. It's not poison. He did like some kind of like cause the autopsy lady was saying that there was something weird about there's like some weird mad organic cells or something in his blood, and they couldn't tell what the hell that was. And it's like maybe he did some weird procedure on himself and then like used it to finish his final android, which I don't know why. I still need to know like why was that so important for him to build this little guy. And then that made him die. You're literally cooking, Anthony. Like, I think you're actually so right. I knew Sarah killed him. He made the ultimate warm body. Yeah, because these things need the oxidant and they hide all the patent info. No, this makes too much sense. No, you're right, because like if you think about the things that were important in the lab, it was like the oxidant, the red oxidant, and then it was like the 3D printer to print the parts. But it's like, what if you don't need to use expensive things to print the parts because you've been using your own body parts to do it? It's making too much sense. It's making way too much sense. I think it's clicking. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. Wait, sorry, I didn't understand what she said. If we had David on camera. Okay, but we don't have that. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. Why was that so scary? What do you mean? This whole building is coated head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day, but my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. Morgan, no. I don't know if she just gets really intense when she, like, learns something important or says something important, but, like, don't tell me you're involved with this killing. Please. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can, now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that? For the purposes of record keeping, yes. I've gone past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in this room's walls and ceilings. It was that easy. As you theorized, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding to, if not the Penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of a safe. I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Well, I think that makes sense. He wants a little privacy in his basement, and he doesn't want Penumbra/Noble to see what he's been doing down here. But he still has hidden cameras, maybe for this exact purpose. It is giving Knives Out. He planned it. He's putting the puzzle pieces together. It literally makes so much sense. Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see, I think. I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time short. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later. It literally makes perfect sense. I don't know. He's setting this all up like chess. What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health. Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? Excuse me? The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the Global Danske Bank on Frederiksberg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. But the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: "That man was all muscle." The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene, when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 meters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful when you say a man like father can't do, just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. I mean, it sounds fake. That sounded fake as fuck. I personally feel that the gym equipment is hiding some equipment he used to do his weird science. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case, can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have... Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically. Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up, maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder. What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out. And it's important to know the distinction. I bet my life savings that this subject will never come up again, ever. Oh, this is the car you're talking about, the Lambo? Yeah, I did not know that about ladders as well. I thought ladders just had to do with the rungs. So, is that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature. Two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger. I think. Great. I'm officially less cultured than the robot. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? Why'd you get chips for that? I get chips for just investigating every single thing in the scene. I think it's to prep me for whatever other choices I might need chips for in the future. But so far, I haven't needed to use any chips. Like, I haven't gambled, and I have 59 chips. So it's kind of scary, because I feel like in episode 0, I only had like 30 chips, and by the end of the game. And like, there was a good amount of gambling towards the end, where I would get like 2-3 chips. So if I need 59 chips right now, like, what kind of betting are we doing? Are we going all in every time? I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before. Might want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation. How? Did David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? All right, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third. How do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Tethys Basics sturdy cure. That anti-hack feature in the name is real? It's a closed system, Adonai. The hell am I supposed to do now? Strange. There was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning, this is a door that only I can open? It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? I'm not sure what it is. Well, last time it was the number was the year of the tiger painting, which obviously I don't remember that now because I already used that password. Numbers or letters? I don't freaking know, bro. Porter, I'll try it. No dice. That was a good guess. That was a good guess. Could it be your birthday? Or his? If David set the password to something as dumb as that, I'd never forgive him. As you say, Adonai. No, he would have picked a code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. What does that mean? Watch it just be Morgan. Let me try that. M-O-R-G. Was that your name you just tried? It's 6 characters, isn't it? Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai. Oh, maybe it's Adonai. Anyone who knew you and Father were close could have tried guessing it. Was there some word that only the two of you knew? Bye, Ray. Get home safe. I'm gonna try Adonai. Pretty much everyone just calls me Morgan. But not everyone. I got it. I freaking knew it. It's opening. What was the password, Adonai? Oh my god, I'm so smart. You'd never guess. What's back here? Did feel a bit out of character. David utilizing so much cloak and dagger tech. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality. Is that a real thing? I do think that's real. It's kind of like when people have like underground bunkers for when they think the apocalypse is coming. I feel like rich people probably have bunkers under their homes. If not for safety or panic, just like because they can. Like, almost like a tornado shelter room, but like for the whole world. I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. You mean you can smell? Better than any human and some canines. So does this smell stale in here to you? Stale? It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in. You're looking for camera footage? I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. This is like the view from inside the computer. Oh my god, he's low-key like... He's watching them from inside the computer! What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at this time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then. There's no way that this video footage is gonna be like untouched evidence of him just like going into the thing, right? Maybe it's gonna be like staticky or like clipped. Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty. Try double clicking? I have been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai. But they are encrypted. Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? This motherfucker probably like turned off the camera or something. I'm saying, like, he accessed it before the events. So like, he probably like did some tampering. What's the brand on the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into. These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Asher handwrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? Adonai, Can you break his encryption? Yes or no? With enough time. And how much time would that be? I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours. That's a 4-hour window! No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any other better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes, so long as the work required is rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process my full undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive. Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. All right, can you take this show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery? I have copied the encrypted files and will work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far. And the computer is not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than this computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar. His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. And down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese, even on the table of contents. But basically, this is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me. It must be very important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. Was there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? It is a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. It's dated to a few weeks back. Had he already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was I just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. As a collector's item. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad that Father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah. This'll get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. You could at least pick a charitable institution. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. That doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority. There is an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way over. Very good, Adonai. Like, obviously we know this already, but Morgan is so heartless. No, she literally is, and she loves to just, like, do little quips that purposely, like, seem like she's gonna say something nice, but actually she throws in a little diss in there. Okay, so let's take a look at the evidence we got. We got his contract about a bunch of stuff. We have the papers that say that the android belongs to Evangeline Morgan. Effective immediately. And she's going to be decrypting the video, which could take 2 to 4 hours. But, like, when's the court thing? I'm assuming it's, like, in less than 2 to 6 hours. 5:48 p.m. Does it excite you going into courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking, though he was rarely the one who suggested it. So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to. Does Morgan feel at all? I don't think so. She's the heartbreak killer after all. Heartbreak killer and heartless killer. I like the performances. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. I feel like Sarah can see through Morgan's performance because she commented on how Morgan acted different when she talked to different people. So she kind of is observant in that way. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. I read the net and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's all so subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You're all so complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction, so these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, out of 9? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure. Back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. She doesn't remember, eh? Or she just doesn't want to reveal any information. Floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. Though I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead or that he'd have thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state. Because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Well, that's not helpful, is it? Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and a gavel when we get in there? Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload? Been that way for decades. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions, stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board. And so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. I guess it makes sense for the state. They're like, we don't care about your little petty, like, fines. Like, if you're fighting a parking ticket or something. They're like, damn, we don't need real people for this. Reviews have shown that they are overwhelmingly more equitable and even-handed in their sentencing than human judges, because they cannot be bribed or intimidated. They are especially preferred for cases involving organized crime or corporate misconduct. Adjutants use a 9-fold personality engram for rendering their judgments and building consensus, known as the nonary system. Because each of these 9 personas are constructed by a different think tank or institution from across the political spectrum, ideological contamination is practically impossible. There have been a small number of reported cases where nonary processing has borne particularly enthusiastic or eccentric personas, presumably in an unorthodox attempt to reconcile particularly disparate opinions across their 9 constituent personalities with a single authoritative, loud voice. Blah, 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 blah. Questions arose as to the continued need to lighten the human resource burden, but Senate Investigative Committee determined that removing adjutants from the legal system would be prohibitively expensive at this point. Okay, wait, that's actually funny, and I would love if that was the case. They literally couldn't be bribed or corrupt. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like, they're literally coded to just, you know, hear the facts and come up with a ruling based on the algorithm. So I can see that actually being good, but it could also... Obviously, all the judges were like, this is not a good idea. And I trust the opinions of the people. Imagine some CEO pushing this and then the robot judge turns on him instantly. That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine, like, you're the CEO who worked on this, and then let's say you committed a crime, and then literally the thing that you coded to be, you know, like a fair judge, it would turn on you because it can't be corrupt. Period. Deserved. And it's not controversial having machines determine sentencing for human beings. Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. That's true. Everyone has animosity over the androids, but they don't really think about how it's like, okay, who built that and who implemented that? The government and the corporations. The propaganda's still going strong. So true. Besides, it used to be that even the most high-profile crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things. Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in Android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is, that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible. Everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had, such as disgust. What? That's all people really care about, what all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and camera and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. Wow. They still need the human emotions in a high, big case like that. Honestly, it's like the Heartbreak Killer. If you really think about it. Everyone kind of forgot about that. Or did they? So Morgan will never learn. What's Morgan never learning? Oh my god, we're entering the courtroom. Maybe this is when I actually start the gamble and it's high roll time. Apparently, I think... Oh, and it's with Emma. Oh, shit. Emma's here. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there. Is it asleep? It's loading. Wow, they make it look crazy, too. Why'd they have to give her big boobs? I thought it was gonna be like a screen or like one of those normal looking ones. Why'd they make her a baddie? I'm scared. We're gonna have to fight. We're gonna have to fight Emma, the one that we've never beaten before. Well, you see, Sarah, powerful, sexy woman. Why not? You got me there. You got me there. Honestly, maybe people would be more they're able to digest bad news easier if it's like a sexy woman dealing it out rather than like an old crusty judge. I'd let this judge tell me my punishment. Case in point right there. People will take the news better. Like, her skirt is so short, mama. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must have spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press. But uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. My pretty little likeness was going to end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another at the end of this circus. At least this way, it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watch, I'd figured that you could extrapolate. I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions. Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. The court will come to order and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual and the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me. You've said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time, that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation, which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury, I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue. Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. With tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant? Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now, all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD 84 presiding. Oh. Okay. You better pose. I just zoned out for how long. I wonder how these IDK how long. I wonder how these things sound. I mean, they probably have like normal voices because the ads have like humanoid features already. So it probably has like a normal generic woman voice. Okay, I'm worried. I think we're gonna start gambling and I can't save during a gamble. So I just saved right now, so maybe I can go back if needed. Yeah, you can make the realistic voices today, so like, yeah. So it's probably just like, they probably did studies on like what kind of voice do people like want to hear, or if it's like, they might have like different voices depending on the role. So like, since this is like a judge role, they might have a different type of voice that sounds more like, you know, powerful and like in authority. Whereas I feel like the customer service ads, they might have more of like a bubbly, friendly voice. That's what I would think they would do. I call to order the case of the people versus Asher. Oh, okay. Why does she have a sleep mask on as her eyeballs? Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. You don't want a Valley girl saying, okay, so like you're getting thrown into prison. Yay. I mean, that would be fun, but they probably have done like extensive studies and research into like what kind of voice works well for each situation. But I would live personally. Might as well ring the bell and get this shit show started. Okay, let's save one last time. Let's get the show started. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. That makes sense, but it's not as fun. I have 60 chips. All right. That should be enough, right? My model name is Adjutant. My unit designation code is AD84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. Yeah, I really don't like this huge like mask over the eyeballs. They could have made it smaller at least. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined, or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Oh, her eyes are revealed. So she has normal eyes. What is this weird goggle situation that she has on? What is that for? Is that for like, is that like cameras? Because I feel like a normal Android eyes have cameras, like they don't need like a mask for that. If she is justice, this statement is true. Damn, okay. I didn't know you were into her like that. I mean, she is kind of sickening. I love the branches like coming out of her head. Like, that's a nice touch. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man. Justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod! Oh my god. Literally, though. Wait, maybe she is Valley Girl. Did she really say that for real? She's like, I can't believe I just said that. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Okay, so she has a normal girl personality. She's not actually, she doesn't actually have like a weird judge personality. Who turned on the self-deprecation woman? Do the trial without me. They're guilty or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Oh my gosh, she literally is Valley Girl. Okay, hold on. Let me adjust my voice. What the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Oh my gosh, she's like picking her nose. I do like the subversion of my expectations. Like, actually, you were right. It is, like, just a girl. Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide as he... Humu. I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize that adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Okay, so normally they're supposed to be like very low-key, very judgy, judge-like. They just threw them the one that they really didn't need today. They're like, you know what, let's give them the wonky one. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Okay, she's flirty, bro. She is flirty. And why she got the glasses on? When are we gonna explain the goggles? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. But like if they're normally judgy, how does this even happen? Maybe like her personality, like the personality was cranked up too much or something. Is that what a bug will be like in the future? Personality quirk? I guess so, because they were saying like, she was saying that this one clearly needed some adjustments. So maybe like as it degraded, as the technology degrades, the personality gets quirkier. So people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. This baddie. It's Yumi. Hey. Oh man, my vacuum's acting weird. Sunderplane will be real. No, literally, your technology is just gonna have like weird personality quirks once they start breaking down. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me. Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically, 1 a.m. would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! Damn it, dude. This isn't even part of the damn thing. But honestly, I shouldn't have interjected while the witness is talking. I'll be fair. I shouldn't have done that. The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. I think my phone needs a new battery. It's depressed. I mean, my phone acts depressed when it needs a new battery. It's slow. It's freaking not working right. The hell? All I said was, yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. I lost a coin for that. I can't even do anything about that. You should have held your mouth, Morgan. You should have held your mouth. Being cute is my job. TT. God damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, Adonai. Making mistakes will increase your blind. Ugh, the gamble begins. My stomach hurts already just thinking about this. No, we didn't have a choice. I think it was like, it's like a warning. Forewarning. If you make a mistake, your coins will go down. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts at and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Yippee! Like I am. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. Okay, so right now the blind's only -1. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose. I shouldn't have done high roller, but I'm gonna continue. It was just like, warning, fuck you. Damn, are there gonna be multiple days to every trial? So like today something's gonna happen. I think that sounds right. It sounds like they're prepping me for the fact that the day might end. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? Then tomorrow Sarah will have the footage. One can only hope. One can only hope. He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms? Correct. In your experience, what are the most common cases of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Girl, hold your mouth. Hold your mouth. I don't even have a choice. Don't be saying stuff until it's your turn. Don't piss me off now, Morgan. Now you're pissing me off. Because she can't hold her damn mouth. Dialogue will proceed automatically during testimony, but you can still advance text faster if you want with space or left mouse. Okay. Why do they need to give me that? Oh, like I can't, like it just goes automatically. It's not like before where the text just lingers on screen. Okay, so I have to be reading. I have to be focused. You'll need to read carefully and wait for the witness to make a statement that sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call their bluff. Holy shit, we're really in the courtroom for real. Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. I'm literally stressed. Should I turn off high roller mode or should I just give it a try? I'll just give it a try. I can replay the whole day if needed. Okay. Whiskey, David's contract, upright cup. The subject passed away due to respiratory failure. Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. He would have experienced lightheadedness, dizziness, then fainting. As the subject was healthy, the respiratory failure must be attributed to a drug overdose. But when a tox screen was run at the hospital, it came back clean. Okay, I don't know if I should have called this. Hover over the 3 cards that show up and left click to make your choice before the timer runs out. I think that was wrong, bro. You're joking, right? Just trying to keep things light. But that's supposed to be my job. So quit scabbing. Overruled. Dude, I'm so confused. Let me look at all my evidence. I didn't have... Okay. Wait, I didn't... Fuck! I didn't mean to... I wanted to go back to my save file. I didn't mean to save right now. Fuck it. Damn it. Damn it! Okay. I'm so stressed. Okay, let's just continue. I'll need to choose my objectives more carefully if I want to get anywhere. They tricked me! Whiskey, David's contract, and upright cup. I'm so confused. It was puzzling to say the least. Something she said just now doesn't make sense. I have evidence that directly contradicts her, so I just need to find the right moment to present it. I don't know what it is! It should be the tox screen. Not the tox screen, the poison. That wasn't one of the things. Whiskey, whiskey. The subject... Hello? I don't know what the answer is. Oh, it was the whiskey. It's impossible for David Asher's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night he died. Ah, that makes sense. And that scared you? Oh, okay, I see. It was just a misspoken thing. It wasn't about the poison yet. Oh my god, this is so stressful. Okay. The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. Let me save. Okay, I need to make sure I'm saving, and if I want to load the game, I have to go to load. Court is in session. Return to main menu to load previous save. Okay. So I can't just load a previous one. I have to like quit. Wow, this is really stressful. Okay. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? Okay, so the blind is already so high and they just started, so I can see why I needed to start at 60 coins. If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega. Omega-3! That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs. But yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. Not the judge is depressed. It's literally like you said, my phone is depressed and needs a new battery. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested. Why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screens showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure, except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled as Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Shall we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. As you say. Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure. Thus, David committed suicide. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals you a card. Choose only the questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing. Or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Hover over press to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21. So don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. Holy shit. With my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument. There is literally so much going on suddenly. Like, they just introduced a completely, 10 new things about the game. Like, episode 0 was definitely a little teaser. Episode 1 is they're throwing all the shit. They're throwing everything at me. And hope that some cracks will appear under pressure. Are you sure it was ingested? Are you sure it was respiratory failure? Are you sure Delta is to blame? Okay. Are you sure it was ingested? Dr. Sato, you said that the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally. But how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... Was it knowingly ingested? I'm so confused. Knowingly could be important, but how would she know? Dr. Sato, you are only able to even identify the presence of this delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. Ingest enough of any depressant and respiratory failure would occur. I guess that must have been wrong because you would get 6 plus 2 and you have 14. Well, my next card is 3. I don't understand the cards. Which card is being played? Like, what is my next card? I don't know, because since it's blackjack, you don't know what your next card's value is, right? Should I stay or press? I just don't understand how you're at 17. I had 14. Then they gave me this 3 card. The amount of points I get from asking a question is blind because it's blackjack. So when I asked that one question, I just got 3. So I started with 12. They gave me the 6. Wait, you're right, because if I started with 12... I'm not sure... Okay, so the 6 was just there, because then I got 2, and that brought me to 14. Then I got this 3, and that brought me to 17. I don't know about the 6, but I definitely had 12 in the beginning, then I got 14, then I had 17 right now. I just don't know what my next card's gonna be. I'm just gonna try it. You've ran simulations? So you haven't tested delta on an actual person. Ooh, I got an ace. No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample. Not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that delta can cause any of the symptoms you've described. Was there a question in that statement, counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Should I just press? Let's just press this. I don't fucking know. How sure can we be that the subject ingested the delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? I have 21. Okay. Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. The kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Calls for speculation, Your Honor? Withdrawn. Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case. Seems like that's... blackjack. I don't understand because none of that questioning seemed to really help me. I really feel like none of that information helped me at all. At least I'm up 3 chips. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death. Wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened. Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. I think what happened there was you just saying there's no way we can continue because we don't have any intent or direction. I think it's just to call, like, for... I think it's just to be like, it's not for sure a suicide. Like, we don't have evidence pointing to 100% yes, this is a suicide. All we know is it was death by the poison substance and respiratory failure, but we can't rule it as suicide just yet. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses, if he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease, and his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Seeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. This game got stressful real quick. Like, crazy mode. Detective Reyes, you are one of the leads in investigating this crime scene. Okay, hold on. Let me see. When should I end stream? I think we can continue. We can do one more witness. Let's do one more witness and like we'll see how it goes, but like this is so stressful. I feel like I can't like continue much longer. But I want to see what Detective Reyes has to say. And we've been streaming a while. So now that we know the game is gay, I can continue this for Pride Month. And then hopefully I can finish it next time. I wasn't sure how long this portion would be, but clearly this portion of the game is very long. Yes, ma'am. And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home's security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gates Field Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for boot heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves. None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building, but we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean. The witness's drink was clean. Only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared. So it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. I don't know when. That's the thing. Maybe there's no evidence that he prepared the cup. What did she fucking say? What is wrong? Either that he drank from the cup that he had prepared, or that he is, or I think maybe because we don't have evidence that he prepared the cup. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle, but I know that there are a number of blind spots that they are not willing to admit to. David's cup. Oh, David's cup. David's cup. They weren't able to. It was inconclusive what was in David's cup, right? He's the one who prepared their drinks. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip him something. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. And there was no poison anywhere else. She slipped up there and made a claim she can't actually support. All I need to do is point it out, and then I'll get to watch her self-destruct, which should be fun. Damn it. Damn it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Okay, hold on. I'm so confused, actually. Okay, so he drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. I mean, technically, there's no evidence for that, but the cards that they gave me are not the evidence that I would have put. For me, it would have been like, he drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Well, we don't have any camera footage of him preparing the cup and poisoning it. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Like, the evidence cards that they gave me are not what I would have wanted to use for this situation. What else was it? It was the upright cup, the other cup. It was poison, David's cup, and then the upright cup. Return to main menu to load previous save. Can I not return to the main menu from here? Here we go. Let's try this again because I really cannot tell you what just happened. She said the cup was poisoned. But they couldn't test the cup, so that's what it was? Is that true? Okay, let me try that. He drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. That's what I did. I thought I did that already. Oh. Yeah. Inconclusive. I thought I did that. I'm so confused. You can't make that claim. Not when I think maybe I clicked that, but for the wrong line. Like, it needed to be on that line saying that he drank from the cup that he himself poisoned. I think I did it during... Oh my god, this is so hard. Okay. You can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was in fact poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. It actually might be beneficial to have this like fucked up judge because like she's like just like, yeah, like totally, like that makes sense. Like I feel like any other normal personality judge would be like, okay, cool. Like great, whatever. But like this one's just like anytime I say anything, she's like, yeah, and then anytime the other people say anything, she's like, yeah. Does it resolve or do you have a response, DA Rockford? Testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination. As she's on her fucking Switch, this judge. I didn't see her playing her Switch. Fire away, baby! Okay, I have to save every 3 seconds. Fire away, baby. Reyes' testimony is meant to show that David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. Okay, I'm starting with 13. Was he ever seen poisoning himself? Could he have been poisoned off camera? Both of these. Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems he had already poured for the both of them by the time he returned to the parlor. He had already poured. In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Detective Reyes, during the course of your investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlor? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right. They never found any poison. No poison at all? Does that matter? Detective, isn't it possible that Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible? I don't know how else it would have been done. But that just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Oh, that wasn't good. That wasn't good, I bust. I don't like this game anymore. Okay, hold on. We gotta restart. At least I can still go back in the middle of the court. I thought I couldn't go back at all in the middle, but I can. I just can only have one save. Okay. I guess, could he have been poisoned off camera? Doesn't help because that's obviously when the poison was happening because everything else was on camera. This game went from fun novel to suddenly, I hope you were paying attention, you dumb bitch. No, the thing is, I was paying attention. It's just like, you have to deduce what they think, what the game thinks is a good question. I guess I'll press. At any point in the investigation, was poison found on the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Anyone else in building? Could even poison off camera. Any poison in kitchen? Did I already ask about this? Detective Reyes, did you find any samples in the kitchen or parlor? No. I already asked this. So I guess anyone else in the building. I guess that's the only thing I can ask because this one was clearly wrong. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. But yeah, I feel like you're kind of right because we had that answer, but it's not in the way the game wanted. Exactly. Like I was thinking it was like, could he have been poisoned off camera meant like we didn't have cameras in the basement. So that's like, there could have been something there. But actually what they wanted me to ask about was if there's a possibility of other people. And that still wouldn't get you past his front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. I'm gonna stay because I have 21. Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? It's true. No, it's true. What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? How did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. No, the judge is literally living for the drama, just like I am. Like, I'm stressed, but I'm kind of living for the drama. If I was in the judge's place, I'd be like, then I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source. Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into Evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory. Sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really. You think Randolph Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using the nanofacturer to make unlicensed drugs does go against their terms and conditions. So, Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset number 19. Damn. I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was actually playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Wait, that's crazy that there was preset 19 on there with the drug. I guess that's something we wouldn't have known because we couldn't investigate all that. Okay. Let's get a timeline check, Miss AD84. We knew Emma had hands, but I knew it was gonna be tough, but I didn't realize it was gonna be this tough. But now we have new evidence, right? There was a preset on the thing for the exact chemical compound. That's actually crazy. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. We did know, but like, damn, like this is gonna be hard. This is gonna be difficult. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, counselor? No, I don't think so. Not at this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup by placing it inside the nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40. Wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no? Damn. She knows she ate. She really knows she ate. Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I don't know, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, counselor? Are we done here? Oh, I don't think we're done. I don't think we're done. I feel like I have to highball here. Let's raise. The fuck? Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right. I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so... Just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. Oh no, the breakup. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme. I knew it. I really didn't want to have to bring up poor Isaac. But the thing is, he didn't seem to really care that much. This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's breakup call? If Emma wants to present it here, now, then the content must be... Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, what bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? Oh, whoa, look at this camera work. It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. This is crazy work. Cool, begin playback. Oh, this is gonna be really sad. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how you've been. Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever it is, whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Okay. And I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac, just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So, do you need anything else? Or, sorry, so do you need anything or should I? Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? Sigh. Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone... The last time. Father. It might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. I feel like Emma herself doesn't really necessarily think for sure it was a suicide. Maybe that's why she feels bad. Or maybe she feels bad because it's like, that was my friend. So, does that mean this is just pity? Oh, right. Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended the relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add, I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brain protesters but pitying me here and now? Uh-oh. Oh no, she's about to blow up. She's about to blow up. That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna save here before it gets crazy mode. Because Emma just pissed her off. Emma just pissed her off. So I think it's about to get crazy. So let me save and quit. We're gonna have to go into that next time. Because I literally thought it was gonna be over. I thought we were gonna go into the next day. But yeah, we're probably gonna call in Dr. Jung. She'll say he was chilling. Yeah, we're gonna have to continue this thrilling court case next time. I'm gonna be pretty busy this week. I'm volunteering for the FIFA Club World Cup this week. So like I'm like gonna be out and about. I'm gonna be helping them distribute their uniforms and stuff. So probably I won't be able to stream for the rest of the week, but maybe a short stream if I can. Like it'll be real short though, because I have to like go to LA and like do all this stuff. But yeah, I'll let y'all know if I will stream this week. If not, definitely next week we'll be back with more of this and more queer games in general. So I'm very excited for new games. I'm excited to find out where this goes. Thank you everybody who is here. Thanks for everyone chilling and playing the game with me. Thank you, Anthony, for the help, because honestly I was stressing out bad with those gambling blackjack calls or whatever. But yeah, hope you all have a great night. I'll see you as soon as I can. Goodbye and happy Pride everybody.